Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to the 21st Century Guitar Conference. We are very happy to present our project, Never Ending Artist, my colleague Isabella Heigl and me. And so for the lecture, we will share our screen and we will be talking about Never Ending Artist, this project, and its connection with the guitar. So we just started a few weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, we started to do this project, Never Ending Artist, which is supported by the university, the International Society of Mozarteum Salzburg. And our lecture today, within the frame of With Dylan on the Road, is called a transdisciplinary classification proposal. This is what we are doing. Isabella Heigl, I didn't want to write the discipline. Isabella Heigl as painter and me participating as musician, although we didn't want to write paint and music because we are transcending continuously in our projects, actually. So Never Ending Artist is an improvisation performance. This one we did is called Untitled 1973, the BD, and we will explain about it at the end of this project. Now some general aspects of it. So Never Ending Artist is an improvisation performance by my colleague Isabella Heigl, like I just mentioned, painting, or painter actually, and me, electric guitars or musician, within the research project Never Ending Artist, inspired by the Bob Dylan philosophy through the USA and Mexico, proposing a transdisciplinary classification of our artistic practice. We especially focus on Bob Dylan's music and painting disciplines. This is why we decided to connect it with two disciplines that Bob Dylan, two main disciplines that he practices, and are two disciplines that we also mainly practice. Never Ending Artist is a 7 weeks research project funded by the Mozarteum University Salzburg and the International Society of Mozarteum University in Austria. And we also say thank you for the support also to them. So these are more or less our dates, the shows we had. So we are presenting now our 5th show at the Ball State University 21st Century Guitar Conference in Muncie, Indiana. And for us, every performance is a research session in transdisciplinarity, taking a topic, thoughts, or a theme by Bob Dylan in our Never Ending Artist context. And the research question that we have, or the main research question which we have, is that our goal is to find out if our proposal for a classification in the transdisciplinarity might be helpful for others to understand it and to be accepted by academics or by other artists. So basically, we wanted to present this classification in a very, very simple way. So we are classifying our transdisciplinarity practices in three parts, which is importing processes, exporting, or symbiotic processes, actually. So importing, exporting, and symbiosis. So what we mean with importing processes is when an artist is, okay, now I see better. When an artist, any of us, is using an object from the instrumentarium of the other discipline to perform her or his own one. For example, if she uses an object like pigs or a glass bottle or guitar strings or the guitar as objects which belong to my instrumentarium as a musician to produce her discipline, the painting. So we call this importing. Or me, for example, if I was to take like a pencil, a brush, I take a brush and I create sounds, or I do music using this object from her instrumentarium. Well, we propose a definition for exporting processes, and we try to demonstrate that when an artist is using an object from one instrumentarium of his discipline to perform the other one. So that means if I'm, as a musician, I take my objects to produce, to make, or to work in the painting discipline, I am exporting my instrumentarium. So we call these exporting processes. Or also for her, she's been making music in this work continuously. So actually she's exporting her instrumentarium to the music discipline to produce sounds, or to make music. And sometimes when we use one object, the same object, to develop both disciplines in this object, we call these symbiotic processes, actually. This is our proposal, the very simple classification, and I hope it can help in our experiences. We have the feeling still we need to get used to these terms in transdisciplinarity, and so we just wanted to help other people to understand the processes in a better way. That's what we're trying to do. So what we are doing is purely improvisation. We understand, I mean, not just every session, but we understand that the whole journey as an improvisation, so that the experiences through the trip might influence, they are already influencing our art presentations, how we plan our performances, our methods for this classification, or the topics we develop in them. Between performances, we just saw them on the list. We discuss Bob Dylan's work, philosophy, and which aspects we pursue further and integrate into our performances. We could add that we also visited this week, was very intense this week, his exhibition, Bob Dylan's exhibition, Retrospectum in Miami. And then 2 days ago, we were in Shreveport and we attended his concert there. It was incredible. I mean, he still has a great voice, very, very inspiring. So because we are in a guitar conference, I would also talk about the big role that the guitar plays in this project, Never Ending Artist. I mean, I always found, I mentioned this even last year at the 21st Century Guitar Conference, when I did my new sounds on the guitar. I was defending the flexibility and all the possibilities of the guitar. And again, in this project, we see it, Isabella and I, we see it again like this, that especially to electric guitars, they can adapt. They're very flexible instruments, and not just in the discipline of music, but also to mix with other disciplines. So this is the reason why we are using 2 electric guitars. I mean, we are carrying 2 electric guitars. It doesn't mean that we are using 2 guitars in every performance. Maybe not, actually. In some, maybe we just use guitar strings, actually, or we decompose the guitars. I mean, we are more or less improvising. We have a few ideas and we are discussing before every performance, actually, we decide. So that means that we are doing different settings, different scordature, different tunings. Every time a new set of strings, a new tuning. Some of them are microtonal, some of them same notes, or approaches to resonate the strings. By the way, the title of this was Untitled 1973 BD. And this BD is not really a quotation, an abbreviation of Bob Dylan. In this case, I'm sure you could hear it. that 3 of the strings, I will explain in detail this performance, that you could hear through the whole performance, B and the D, like evoking Bob Dylan. So in this setting, sometimes also we use hybrid instruments between, or an object, a hybrid object between painting and music. So to apply both disciplines in the same hybrid objects made of different objects, true objects of both disciplines. We will be showing you. So this work, we took this picture by ourselves on Monday in Miami. So this is what is inspiring the topic we took from Bob Dylan, to develop this work. And this is actually, he's got so many paintings. He's been painting for so many years. I think these are the early works at beginning of the 70s, and he's very active in the last years with this discipline painting. And this one, by chance, it was my favorite one. And so we also took these pictures, so explaining a little bit at the exhibition Retrospectum at the Frost Art Museum in Miami. We took it on Monday. And so we would like to also show, so you could see, maybe from a different perspective, of course, but this is how we prepare the set. If I can show you here, maybe I can make it a little bit bigger. So you can see this a little bit a hybrid. So because the discipline, we try to tie both disciplines or to represent this connection between the two disciplines. So the strings are framed in the discipline of the music is framed in these stretchers. And you can see also on the other side. So we also have 3 strings. So you can see how they are connected and with this tension. And the other 3 strings, so this is guitar 1, the lower one. So you could hear the whole time 3 Bs. And then on the other one, you could hear, there's a lot of, so you could hear here 3 Ds, tune unison, actually. So, I think I'll make it. Okay, so this is the work entitled 1973 BD by Never Ending Artist, how we finished the work. And this is the process, how we decompose again. We had, of course, we were also, if we were to be in Salzburg, probably we would have just kept the work just like this, not touch it, but because this is a project on the road, it has to be decomposed. So this is the work without the guitars, just going, the elements fade away. And so, yes, so this is how it is at the moment. Of course, when an improvisation becomes a performance, we might be able to, for the symposium in October, we might be able to repeat a particular performance. It might be this one, it might be another one. So actually part of the program with Dylan on the Road by the University Mozarteum and the International Society Mozarteum Salzburg is to take all these works and all these experiences and everything we are doing, all the materials and documentation, to bring it back to Salzburg. And it's gonna be exhibited, all these works we are doing. And in between, we are also doing some other works apart from the performances. And everything will be, or most of them will be exhibited at the Bob Dylan Symposium in Salzburg in October. And it will be also connected with this Jazz in the City Festival, which is a very big jazz festival in Salzburg. And we have also a little bit, if you want to take some of the bibliography we are using for these projects. Continuously we are reading new things or documentation. and yeah, we would like to thank again 21st Century Guitar Conference for this invitation and to the institutions supporting us. So thank you very much.
Hi, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry for
Hello.
that. Sorry for the delay. Hi, Augustin. How are you? Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation and also for the beautiful video. Thank you, Isabella. Um, so what I'd like to do is first say that if you are watching this on YouTube or Facebook, then what you can do is put your questions in the comments and we can see them and reply. And if you're in the Zoom room, you can also ask questions. You just have to highlight your camera and turn on your microphone. So one of the things that came up for me while I was watching your lecture, it was especially about the importability of uh, sort of using paintbrushes on the guitar and guitar strings for painting. Because it reminded me of the piece, Augustin, that you wrote, the guitar piece for piano, the idea of importing techniques from one instrument to another. And I was sort of curious if, in fact, this piece grew out of those sorts of compositional techniques that you have been using before, or if it came from another angle of both of your works.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. I think, I mean, I must admit that this classification, I'm even using the same classification. My colleague Isabella, she knows about, although she's a painter, my concert in book about instrumental techniques and actually we were discussing about how to put this, or when we were trying to name these classifications, we decided, I mean, it works perfectly, very clear. So in a way, has to do. And because I was already claiming a couple of years ago to some colleagues that what happened with instrumental techniques interchange was transdisciplinarity. I was throwing this if that could be so seen by other people. But in my opinion, that is to practice transdisciplinarity in the music discipline. That was what I was claiming, and so probably has a maybe a strong connection to go into several disciplines. And again, I mean, it proves that the guitar has a very great capacity of adaptation and a lot of flexibility. So I was claiming this for many years, and not just because I was a guitar player and I love this instrument, but I think it's really like this. And for me, it would be, as a composer, very difficult to find an instrument with such qualities and very uh, flexible.
And for me, now it's interesting because it's a totally new process in my work. So maybe this the way from the to using brushes for the guitar to produce sounds, it's kind of clear already, maybe, or more developed these intertechnique interchanges.
Mhm.
But now my question is, what is the consequence for painting? So because there aren't really those techniques you can use in painting, so it's sometimes it seems it's a totally different process in painting, because you paint a canvas over more days, and now these things are happening in 40 minutes, and now, but it's also interesting. So what can I really import in the painting?
Yeah, it's a fascinating process, I imagine, to be sort of experimenting with all these guitar, I don't know what you would call them, accoutrements, like extra guitar materials. Um, but I'm curious whether this is something that you are planning other projects around.
Hello? Ah,
Oh, hi. Oh, I think you froze for just a second.
yeah, I thought we lost you. Yeah, I'm also very my mind. I mean, we worked already for a couple of years in interdisciplinary projects, and it is actually the very first time we do something transdisciplinary. And I'm very curious what's going to happen in her work. I also know her work for many years, and I'm very much looking forward to how it's going to develop, if there will be any consequences actually, and if these consequences might have more consequences, more developments for Never Ending Artist.
Thank you very much. I think we'll have to close the questions at this time, but I just want to say thank you again for sending this wonderful video and for this wonderful lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Amy.
you.
A pleasure.
So we are going to go briefly to Sirsa Hall at Ball State University. There's a performance by Michael Lukshik, and then we are going to be having our keynote lecture by Kriel Makan. It is my huge honor to introduce Kiro Makin to the 21st Century Guitar Conference. He's going to be delivering our keynote lecture in just a few minutes. Kiro is described by the New Yorker as empowered by modern technology, but haunted by a spirit of immemorial darkness. He is the recipient of a Guggenheim Fellowship and the Luciano Berio Rome Prize from the American Academy in Rome. And he has also received awards from the American Academy of Arts and Letters, the Howard Foundation, the Fromm Foundation, Meet the Composer, the Aaron Copland House, the Utah Arts Festival, the Fulbright Program, and ASCAP. His work has been commissioned by the Bang on the Can All-Stars, American Composers Orchestra, Harvard Musical Association, the Quartet, and Carnegie Hall, among others. Thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you, Amy. And thank you, everyone who is out there, who I have no idea who you all are. Wow, interesting. And I apologize for delaying my presentation by a day, but last week I did test positive for COVID and was not able to come to Ball State, unfortunately, and still trying to shake it. But as a little public service announcement, I will say, if you have any symptoms of COVID, make sure you tell people. My daughter was visiting a friend. Their parent did not disclose that they were feeling sick. And yeah, and now my whole family tested positive. So that's the world we live in, I guess. But instead, we can move on to music. I'm going to share my screen for my presentation. I assume you can all see that. Just wanted to start with some thank yous. First to Amy Brandon, of course, our organizer, and I don't know if there's been a moment in your festival to really recognize her, but it seems like she has done a truly fantastic job in putting together a challenging hybrid experience that seems to be working for everyone. A big thank you to Patrick Chan and Amelia Kaplan, who would have been, I guess, my hosts at Ball State. I hope to reschedule for later this semester so I can meet the students and talk to you all. And of course, a huge thank you to Derek Johnson, Douglas Strost, and the Ball State Symphony Orchestra for a beautiful performance of my piece the other night. Again, I'm so sorry I wasn't there, but I was so happy to hear the performance, and it was really, really special and really magical. So yeah, just a little bit about me to locate kind of my background. Did my initial work at Oberlin in composition and religion. Initially, I was a violinist. PhD, University of California, Berkeley. Did some study in Helsinki and in Paris. My first job was at the University of Illinois, and I've been at MIT since 2006, and I'm now head of my department for the past few years. So I've had the good fortune of writing 4 pieces for guitar in the 21st century. So I guess I fit the bill for today. I don't play guitar. I'm scared by the guitar. I think anyone who doesn't play guitar, unless they're, have more confidence than I, should be scared of writing for the guitar. Some of the reasons for me are certainly just the layout of the strings, right? It's not physically obvious how to play this instrument, how to make pitches and harmonies, unless you have some training. And the other thing that is, I think, intimidating about the guitar is just the repertoire, that there is this, first of all, you have the classical guitar, which is its own remarkable repertoire and lineage. And then you have the electric guitar, which has this world of popular music. And it's hard for me to separate the instrument from the associations that it may have, either the classical ones or the popular ones. And so I definitely felt some trepidation in writing for the instrument. And you'll see that I've not had the opportunity to write for classical guitar. I do hope that that happens in the future for me. Most of my work has been with electric guitar. And I'm going to talk about these 4 pieces sort of in my in my address. And what is interesting to me about this kind of these slices in my career is they do span pretty much my entire professional career for the past 20 years. And each one shows a different approach to how I am writing music and a different approach to how I am writing for an instrument. To what degree I am basing the piece upon assumptions of how the instrument is played, and when I'm questioning those assumptions and creating a piece out of those questioned assumptions. And so each one of these will show this and kind of where I've ended up over the years. The first piece, Bleed Through, is a piece for Bang on a Can. Bang on a Can All-Stars instrumentation is a set instrumentation that was given to me. And there's a little bit of leeway, but essentially they have organized themselves like a band. So you have a rhythm section of guitar, piano, bass, and percussion. And then you have their two solo instruments, the two vocalists, if you will, the bass clarinet and the cello. All these instruments essentially lie in the same register other than the piano. And there's definitely some challenges in writing for this group if you're not approaching it like it's a band. And all of the instruments are amplified. They assume that from the start. So the whole timbral world is one that is, to me, both flattened by amplification, but also more detailed because of amplification. So this was the first approach to writing for guitar. And in fact, I was living in Helsinki at the time. I didn't have access to any instruments. I just had a laptop. And at this point in my composing, this was really at the end of my PhD, I had ended up in a place, I think you could say, of post-minimalism. My concerns were around pitch and rhythm, and in particular, they were focused on how the computer and the sequencer can be an environment for modeling a piece. And though in terms of timbre and harmony, I think the computer can be very limited, the sequencer, but in terms of rhythm and form, it does open up a lot of possibilities because of the modeling that it presents. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this piece because it is the oldest, but I will say in terms of the approach to the guitar, I basically kind of ignored it. I'll show you the first page of the score, and perhaps you'll see what I mean. The guitar is essentially subsumed into the vibraphone and eventually the piano. It doesn't have necessarily its own distinct voice within the ensemble, but serves as resonance for the vibraphone and piano. As the piece goes on, it does have its own voice, so to speak, but I don't think there's anything particularly guitar-like around it. I just made sure it was playable and was happy with that. I'll just play the first minute or so of this so you have a sense of what the sound world is. Okay. So again, a pitch and rhythm heavy piece, harmonically quite limited. At the time, it was a piece that actually I was very excited about. I thought I had really was onto something, that I had pushed myself into a really kind of exciting rhythmic place, a degree of energy that I was very excited about. But it turns out that this was a dead end. That this way of working with the computer, this way of working with pitch, was not generative. It did not lead anywhere new for me, but rather this was the cadence for a way of thinking about music that came about, I think, through my studies, but was not necessarily indicative of what of where I wanted to go, and how I wanted to approach sound and music and instruments. And you see there, I had lost my connection to sound, and I lost my connection to my body making sound and making music. I had mentioned that I was a violinist initially, and at various points in my life, I have stopped playing and come back to it. It's been, I don't know, an unusual relationship to the instrument. And generally, I am certainly at my happiest when I am playing, and I think I'm at my most creative, but there are times when I also feel limited by the instrument because of my own history with it. Nevertheless, I had to, after Bleed Through needed to go in a different direction, and I'm going to show as a little interlude a cello piece. A piece called Zone d'Accord. This was written just a year after Bleed Through. It was a collaboration for dance, but primarily I think of it as a solo cello piece. And here I had returned to the US, I rented a cello, and I spent my time writing the piece at the instrument. I retuned the instrument, as you can see, and really thought of it as a set of vibrating strings, and to not think of it as an instrument that is concerned with the 12-note scale, but rather one that produces frequency. In my exploration of the instrument, I did have a background as a violinist. I didn't understand the way that the bow and the string works. I understood some of the possibilities there. And so it wasn't like I was playing an instrument I had no background with. But at the same time, I couldn't actually depress my finger on the fingerboard and make a sound that you would call a note. But I could do everything else. And the piece is actually just on one page. I assume, I'm not sure you can actually read this, depends upon what kind of monitor you have, but it is not a score that tries to indicate what the piece will sound like. It is simply an indication of what to do on the instrument. And if you do what is on the page in terms of the choreography on the instrument, the sounds that come out are the ones that I'm hoping for. And it's a vastly different approach to the instrument and a much different sound world as a result. I'm going to play a video that kind of starts maybe a minute or so into the piece that gives you a sense of what this is like. Something that I was really happy at the time with this piece was I could actually play this. I mean, I don't have the skills of a performer to go out on the stage and play it, but I essentially could play all these techniques. I could play them in this order. And it really felt like I was mapping my body onto the instrument. And I thought that in that mapping, what was original about myself, about my own personal experience, was in some way coming across in the techniques on the instrument and the sounds as well, as if my thumbprint, my fingerprints were on the piece because of my direct connection to the instrument. So this is sort of a prelude to the next piece for guitar, which is called Threads. This was commissioned by the Paul Drescher Ensemble Paul Drescher himself, of course, is a guitarist, and this is a sextet, somewhat like Bang in a Can. And what is unusual about this group is that you have half of it are instruments that produce sound, and half are controllers, are MIDI controllers. So you have bass, clarinet, violin, and guitar. And then you have these three controllers. One is a marimba lumina, which is a marimba controller. You have a pianist who plays a keyboard controller, and there's a drum set player who plays a drum set controller. And so all of these control samplers, and it's definitely a piece that I'm not sure it's possible to ever perform it again without finding these instruments again. Yeah, this may be a historical curiosity at this point. So my fear of the guitar was still with me. And my approach in this case was, I did get an instrument and I got an amp. And these are some of the instructions from the beginning of the score. Like the cello piece, you see it is retuned to an open tuning, removing any chance of a chromatic scale being played. But I refer to this as a bowed prepared electric guitar. You never actually play the instrument like a guitar. If anything, it really is like a percussion instrument. And you thread rods, brass rods between the strings at a certain place, and you tie fishing line and steel wire to the strings as well. And you bow the brass rod, and you bow the wire and the fishing line. And all of this creates, these really fantastic washes of sound, really very rich and quite beautiful to me at the time. And the whole piece is a sonic exploration of these really noisy sound worlds. And the violin and bass clarinet were sort of glued to the electronic instruments through this prepared guitar part. If you look at this is the first page of the score, the guitar comes in, they're just bowing one of these brass rods. I have some problems with this, but maybe I will listen to a little bit of it first so you get an idea of what this sounds like. And again, this is something where you have no idea what this sounds like looking at the score. It is just an indication of what to do when, and then the sounds will hopefully occur as they're supposed to. So here's a sample of the opening of this piece. Okay, here's my problem, is that anyone could perform the guitar part. You do not need to be a guitarist to play this. You just have to assemble the instrument and then play these whole notes basically at the right times. What about the decades of practice a musician devotes to their instrument? There's such skill for any musician. And I've just ignored all of that in writing this way for the guitar. And even to a degree to that cello piece that, yes, I've created something new. And I think that is something that does excite performers as well, but I do feel like I'm not really taking advantage of all the resources at my disposal by thinking purely in terms of myself on the instrument. Because if it's an instrument like the guitar that scares me and I can't play, then maybe I'm not, maybe not quite the right approach. So we're going to fast forward a few years and have another little interlude with a different piece. that's not for guitar. It's a piece for solo percussion called Resonance Alloy. And unlike with Bleed Through and Threads, something unique about this is you'll see that it's written for David Shively. So it's a collaboration with a performer, a musician that I've known for many decades, and we've developed a rapport and understanding of each other over many years. And so it was someone that I understood what excited him as a performer and what excited him about percussion. And he, was willing to go where I was wanting to explore. So it is a situation similar to the last two pieces where I bought these instruments, cymbals and drums and whatnot, and assembled them in a very unique way that I'll show in a second. And so I had this contraption in my set of instruments in my studio to explore and to write on and compose with, but this was not a piece that I could perform. This is something that required the virtuosic skills that Dave had and had developed throughout his career. So this was, to me, a very fruitful meeting of my personal body exploring the instrument, but taking advantage of the resources of a wonderful musician. So I have a video to show that it just has excerpts from the piece. You can see it's a half-an-hour piece. This also is generally performed amplified so one can hear all of the subtleties of the sound of the resonating instruments. And so, yeah, so we'll take a look at this. Okay, oops. Yeah, something that I like about that piece, and it's something that has similar for the last three pieces, the piece for Paul Drescher as well as that cello piece, is there's a focus on the sounds above the fundamental frequency that is as much in play as the pitches on the page. And that exploration of multiple levels of frequency was a very beautiful place for me to be for a period of time. This leads us to Dream Lightly, the piece that was performed a couple of nights ago. Though commissioned for an orchestra, it also was a piece that was written with a musician in mind, and this is Seth Josel. So Seth, I think, had reached out to me after completion of Threads. He was compiling a website with a colleague of his of every piece written for guitar, and I think had heard about the Bang on a Can piece and that piece. And after that initial introduction, we got to know each other in various ways over the years, and this led to me writing this piece for him. So a situation like with Resonance Alloy, where there was just a tremendous musician that I'd been working with that I could completely trust to do whatever was necessary to carry the piece, and was somebody that I think was willing to go where I was interested in taking them. So I did, in this case, instead of renting a guitar, I bought a guitar. So I really invested myself. One way to get over my fear. And in my explorations on the instrument, like the cello piece, I could not really depress my finger and make a sound that I could feel good about, but I could certainly explore the world of harmonics. And here's a picture of my guitar where I taped the keyboard, sorry, the neck with all of the nodal points that I was willing to play. And I think, I can't remember if it goes to the 11th partial in this piece, I think so. And so I did have this instrument that I could play on, I could create with. This physical connection led to me just kind of writing out the possibilities. This is a chart that just shows on every string. This is actually the first page of charts that show the different frequencies on each string, how they deviate from equal temperament, and also where on other strings you will find similar pitches and which partial they are. So this is all, I think, a world that guitarists know, but a non-guitarist, it's eye-opening to realize that the tuning of the guitar is so quixotic in a way, that you have the possibility of tremendous beauty on this instrument if you try to take advantage of the overtone on each string, but then having them against each other, it's a very rich and exciting world to be in. And I had initially tried to retune the instrument to see, because you can get into this very beautiful just intonation world if you do that. But because there's a piece with orchestra, I just couldn't quite figure out how to make that world work with the orchestra. In addition, I haven't found a way yet with just intonation. I've not written a piece, that is just to find ways of creating, I think, larger scale structures. And I think it's a limitation of mine, of the way I think about form. I think that if you go into that way of thinking about frequency, you have to change the way you think about form. So hopefully someday I'll have a way of working there. Okay, so I had this chart, and then this gave me ideas about how to play different chords or unisons on the instrument. But notation is challenging when working with harmonics, particularly when they are from not just the first, second, third partial. So on the left is my part for the electric guitar, which when I wrote this, one of the staves were the harmonics. And so this is the approximate location, I guess, of where you put your finger. And I indicate the string that you should be using as well. And then there is the sounding pitch, which also is approximate. This apparently, I guess this worked for Seth, or he kept his complaints to himself. But Derek, Derek recorded this amazing 15-minute soliloquy about how terrible my notation was. and renotated it. And that's what you see on the right. And I really am so impressed by his devotion to the piece, and really, I think he understood the piece was worth the effort, but was certainly not happy with the composer for not having initially written a part that was tab. And so he actually created tab part and then the sounding pitch above it. And again, the sounding pitch is approximate. He did not create the next step of what those frequencies could translate to in our notation, but this to him was much easier to read and gave him what he needed to know to successfully perform the piece. So it is, I guess, yeah, one of the dangers of writing for an instrument in a way that it's not typically performed is that conveying your intention is may not always be obvious. And one needs to, I guess, yeah, really think about it. And so I thank Derek for redoing this. I guess for those, I'll play the opening of the piece because I'm not sure everyone did hear it, just to give a sense of what this sounds like. And this is Seth Giselle with Bebop. Okay, it's not really a great place to stop. You know, what's funny about that recording is because it's so easy for the harmonics to not speak, right? When we recorded it, the conductor decided to record it without the guitar. And so we had a click track, recorded the orchestra, and he said, yeah, later on, you guys can drop in the guitar part. This was just a horrible experience for me personally. We did do this. We did then record Seth with the click track, and then basically every single note I was working with the engineer on moving into the right place. And the resulting recording does sound great, but if ever a conductor suggests this to you, just say no, because I think it would have been worth the extra hour of recording time to just get it all together. So I say here, reinventing an instrument with each piece was exhausting, right? Each of these pieces, I really tried to go into it, not necessarily tabula rasa, but trying to both reinvent the instrument as well as kind of address what I had identified as faults in previous pieces or previous ways of working. And going back to Bleed Through, which, you know, I sort of dismissed as a piece of post-minimalism and sort of typical of that genre. It does, I think, maybe indicative of a false way of thinking about what I had been doing, and thinking that there was some sort of opposition between pitch and sound, right? Sound in the most general way, frequency in the most general sense, and rhythm as opposed to time. And I was thinking of sound, frequency, and time. I was privileging those. I was thinking that this really is a more interesting place for me to be than pitch and rhythm. And that's just, I think, was not necessarily a healthy way for me to think of it. It's all a spectrum. It's all a continuum for me to work on. And so I did return, I think, to working with pitch and rhythm in ways that were not focused upon rethinking the instrument per se. And this culminates in a piece from, I guess, more than a few years ago now, called Letting Time Circle Through Us. This is the fourth piece with guitar, and for acoustic guitar. And Either Or was the ensemble that I worked with, and this was co-directed by David Shively, the percussionist I had worked with previously. So again, this was an ensemble of musicians that I had worked with each of them in different contexts over the years, and had a very healthy musical relationship with them, and also felt comfortable doing things in this piece that I might not have dared doing with musicians I didn't know. You can see it's a very long piece, about 48 minutes in one movement. And the instrumentation was essentially my choice. They had a core ensemble of percussion, piano, violin, and cello. And I chose to add to it cymbalum and acoustic guitar. So the cymbalum was also a request from David Shively, who had learned the instrument and was an advocate for its use. While I think it is used in European contemporary music to some degree, in America, it's relatively rare to find musicians who can play it. I think of one musician in Boston, and then David. But I grew to love the instrument because of his advocacy for it. And all along, I've been so interested in all these pieces with resonance and with the resonance from strings. And this is an instrument that essentially is the inside of a piano that you are performing, you're beating the strings with. And the acoustic guitar with steel strings, I just saw as a way of complementing the cymbalum. I had perhaps overcome some of my fear of the guitar and saw it as just another instrument. You know, this is just chamber music. It's no different from violin or cello in this piece. And so it doesn't have, it's not treated in either with kid gloves or in a special way. It is just an instrument like any others. You'll see there is EBow I mentioned in there, but that's just used in a very specific moment in the piece. Otherwise, the rest of the piece is played in a traditional fashion. So obviously I can't, this is a piece I'm very fond of. I'm going to play just a 4-minute excerpt that gives a sense of what it is like. But this is measure 806, so we're about 40 minutes into it. So I do think you're getting away a little bit. You know, you haven't suffered through 40 minutes of kind of continual turning over of material. There's a return of the almost a ritornello-like structure to the piece that finally explodes kind of in what I'm about to play now. So you're getting off easy, getting to hear the climax without the buildup, but here's a sense of what this piece is. And I believe the excerpt starts sort of with the piano eighth notes, and you'll hear when the cymbalum comes in on its higher pitches. now what? This is where I find myself now, is pondering this question. So after letting time circle through us, I was working on a pretty large opera project, which did come to fruition, and that was a wonderful experience. And I started to feel, I don't know, a little like I'd hit an iceberg a little bit. That stop. That a lot of what had been motivating my composing, I had actually kind of done things I was happy with, and I no longer felt the need necessarily reimagine or rethink these previous problems. And I was just starting to find a way around what might be another way of thinking about composing for myself, another way of connecting with composing, when the pandemic hit, honestly. And the experience of the past couple of years, of no concerts, essentially. I think I went to one live performance of a piece of mine a year ago, which was really not a good experience. It's really left me, I think, in a difficult place. I'm sure I'm not alone. I'm underappreciating the need for live performance, and not just live performance in the way we have now, virtually, but being in the hall, having the sound, coat my body and be in my ears and have that physical experience to be around people. And I guess we are getting to a point where hopefully this will become part of our life again in a more consistent way. It has been happening in some ways, in some places, but there's still a bit of a question. And I'm a composer that's always been primarily interested in the sound in the concert hall. And yeah, what do you do if that is not a part of life anymore? I have not figured that out. And I'm definitely in a very difficult place. Again, I was looking forward to even coming to Ball State to hear this performance, and maybe having that experience will start to reawaken some of what that experience was that motivated me to be a composer, about that shared experience. So perhaps I'm leaving us in a somewhat down, difficult place, but if this really is where we're at without live performance, it's just not, it's not feasible for, I think, our society. So things will get better. And then hopefully my composing will return. So that's where I'm going to leave you. I thank you for your patience listening to me, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I can understand your last words about us being in a dark place and just waiting to get back to things being in real life. I think the pandemic certainly has shown us the even people who work in music, the value of live performances. We knew it already, but now we know it a bit deeper. So I'm just going to ask for the people who are watching online that if they have a question, you can just put it in the YouTube chat or Facebook chat. And if you're in the Zoom room, you can also just put your camera on and turn your microphone on and ask your question that way. I'm just going to quickly ask just a small question that's only really tangentially related to the guitar. I don't know if that's allowed, but you said something that really struck me in the middle of your lecture about just intonation, and how if you, I think you put it, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you change the frequency, you have to change the form. And I was really hoping you could expand on that, because I just found it a fascinating thought, and I want to know more.
Yeah, I think that's true of so much of composing, that if you are really taking one parameter of music and exploring it in a new way, and you are discovering new aspects of it, it's going to change everything else. And you can't, Yeah, I guess a lot of my thinking around form has to do with rhythm, and that it is, I think it is honestly a classical idea of form being large scale rhythm. And I do feel that way in my own music. But what supports the large scale rhythm is large scale harmony. And those large scale harmonies are all reinforced by the overtone scale. And so it all is linked. And so if you suddenly change one key component, the rest has to change too. And I've never been able to find, I found myself wanting to be in that sonic world, but not knowing how to create music once I'm there. The same is true for me for honestly sound installations. I'm really attracted to the notion of creating installations that don't have the limits of a beginning and ending. But again, I seem limited by the way I've been trained or thought of sound so far to be able to separate it from being a piece. And I really am so impressed by some composers that have the fluidity where they can move into these different realms and create there. But I have not found that.
Thank you so much. I believe Derek has a question.
Oh, hey,
Hey,
is it working? Can you see me?
yeah, see you.
Oh, this is like super beard club. It's really fun. It's also nice to have the guitar thing. No, I wanted to comment and disagree with you. Oh, this is becoming a bad habit, maybe. But
That's generative to have you disagree.
You mentioned that you were bummed out about how you did the production of the recording for Dream Lightly, that you ended up doing it separate, and that it was kind of a nightmare. I would just say that producing recordings, it's a nightmare. It's a whole other level of detail, but that you did it separate and that you were able to capture such an amazingly precise and correct record of your piece, for me, was amazing. Honestly, the piece has a lot of Hail Marys, like where you just cross your fingers, you make a wish, and when you hit it, it's wonderful, especially the 11th partial harmonics. It's a really shifty business. And when you hit it, it's so beautiful. And then even if you hit it, you wonder, can anybody hear it? And then when you don't hit it, you know that you don't, and you just have to keep going, and that's musical performance. But the recording is beautiful. I learned the piece and I put all this work in, making even demos and really learning the orchestra part, and also using it as an excuse to kind of up my Dorico game. And at the end of it, I went back and listened to Seth's recording and I'm like, well, that's really good. After all this work, you think you've reinvented something, and then you're like, oh, okay, well, yeah. On it goes.
I guess anyway. I agree that the recording does sound remarkable. I mean, I think I have problems with all the recordings of my pieces because that really is not how I go into composing and thinking about the music. It really is about the concert halls. There are always these approximations of what the experience is to me. And this one is even farther removed. And again, it was just a very painful experience to do. So,
but I think making anything is kind of painful in a way, it scars us. But as far as the live thing, I was so thrilled to do what you're saying on Thursday night, and so thrilled that you were happy. I certainly was happy, and I thought the orchestra played wonderfully.
Yes.
And for me, even just to be back in the concert hall, it's the first concert I've done without a mask.
Oh,
and
wow.
to look and see this like ocean of bright lights, all these really enthusiastic young musicians, and everybody on the same page, just doing the absolute best. It gives me hope. You ended kind of dark, so I wanted to come in and just kind of breathe a little life into it. And yeah.
Well, it's possible if I were there, then I would also have the same hope. I just haven't experienced it yet, but I believe you. All right, question.
Okay, I'm gonna bow out, but thank you so much.
Well, thanks so much, Derek, for the beautiful performance. I really.
And yeah, thank you for your beautiful music, man. Give me a call if you ever need an electric guitarist. I know a guy.
Will do. Teaching at MIT has given you access to technological sonic possibilities cannot easily be found elsewhere. The short answer to that is no. It's funny that the music program at MIT, its origins are really in classical music and jazz, and not necessarily in music technology. There was a strong lab in our department in the 70s. In fact, then it moved over to the Media Lab. When the MIT Media Lab was formed in the 80s, music technology kind of shifted to that location out of our department. And so it's only been very recently that our department has been developing a program in music technology. And now it's becoming quite rich again. But for my own personal composing, I, as a graduate student, did a lot at CINMAT, the computer music studio at University of California at Berkeley, and did do some pieces there. But I found at a certain point that it just wasn't fun for me working with music technology in that way. That composing, I think, ideally is enjoyable and fun. And I mean, it is painful and difficult, of course, but with the music technology, for me, it never got to a point of enjoyment. So I ended up being inspired by it, oftentimes writing music that wouldn't have existed without a study of music technology, but myself not taking advantage of what has happened over the past 20 years. Are there other? I'm out of time.
Yes, I think we may be slightly out of time. So I just want to again extend a huge thank you to you for your generosity in coming to this keynote, and also for the music that was performed on Thursday. Thank you very much.
Thanks again, Amy, for the invitation, and this has been wonderful. Enjoy, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. So coming up, we have some performances for a duo and guitar duos and trios.
Bye.